Morning, everyone.
Good morning, Senator.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I will officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Public Hearing meeting for Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024 to order. We have 5 nominees on the agenda today. The majority of them are to be appointed at the State Board of Education. So let's get started. First item on the agenda is a House Joint Resolution for review. This is, again, public hearing portion of it. This is the nomination of Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education. And join us right up front. Lucky you, I'd say. If you could do me a favor and raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Chairman Duff and Concepcion and Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, and ranking members Yacarino and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. I will be very brief with my remarks. My name is Eric Clemens. I am honored to be nominated to serve on the Connecticut State Board of Education. Note, if my nomination is approved, this will be my 3rd term serving on the Connecticut State Board of Education. I mention this being my 3rd hearing, as I hope that that fact illustrates and underscores my commitment to the State Department of Education, State Board of Education, and the children, youth, and adults within the public school systems in Connecticut. Professionally, I'm the founding CEO of 2 organizations in New Haven, Connecticut, the Connecticut Center for Arts and Technology, which is called CONCAT, and the Connecticut Community Revitalization Program, which is called Concord. Both organizations address the needs of impoverished, mostly Black communities through youth development, workforce development, and economic development. Moreover, our missions are to aggressively address poverty in marginalized communities in New Haven. As in my last 2 State Board of Education appointment hearings, I must bear witness to the fact that during my junior high school, and high school years, I could have easily and quite adequately been labeled as disengaged and disconnected. My school experience was one in competition with the many manifestations of poverty, thus not allowing my full potential as a student or citizen to be realized. Thereby, my past fuels my present, as I have come to realize through my work on the State Board of Education that decisions made here in Hartford mostly have a profound effect and impact on children and families who may have never been to Hartford. Simply put, my serving on the State Board of Education is inspired by my commitment to ensure that all children and youth are provided an equitable and just educational experience. To that end, since 2015, I think it's 16, I might have wrote that wrong, it has been an absolute honor to serve on the Connecticut State Board of Education with an incredible group of smart, dedicated colleagues who are with me. 2 of them I see to my left, as well as brilliant, hardworking staff, all being led by the incomparable Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clemens. Congratulations on your nomination and your willingness to continue to serve on this important board. You've served since 2015, 16, I believe. Question for you, what are some of the priorities of the board that have changed since your tenure? Obviously, we've gone through a little bit of a pandemic over the last few years that have changed a little bit of the priorities of the board. So just curious to hear if there are other priorities that have changed throughout.
Well, no, I think, we continued on with a new strategic plan. The idea of equity and justice and community has always been pillars of that particular plan. There's a hot button item around reading right now. That has come to be a priority and more pronounced, especially at the State Department of Education. But other than that, Representative Concepcion, it is all the same, right? Right now we're embroiled, and I'll be very open and transparent. I'm sitting on a hearing adjudicating the issue in Killingly in the Board of Ed. And so that has become a priority as well, right, as it relates to equity and young people. But other than that, I think the pillars are the same, right? That the idea of creating an environment for all children to learn and to do the best they can when they possibly can graduate from school and become even better citizens because of their academic experience. That is always a priority.
I really do appreciate that. In your written testimony, you wrote that you serve as chair of the board's academic standards and assessment
Yes.
committee. Can you talk a little bit about the mission
Yeah,
of the committee?
I thoroughly enjoy that committee because that's where I do a lot of learning and really find my voice within the
I
fray
don't
of.
know. I left a message for the attorney. I told him, so I'm not going to a hearing for 130 minutes.
Representative Quinn.
It doesn't make any sense.
I should mention, by the way, that while there's only two of us sitting here, there are several online
I figured as
that
much.
you might have noticed on that, and we're still dealing with COVID.
Yeah.
So apologize for that.
No worries, no worries.
continue.
It gave me some time to think about my answer too. So, but no, it's actually where I really found my voice within the fray of the State Department of Ed and the State Board of Ed. I've learned a ton as it relates to the mechanics of how the State Department of Ed creates policy around assessments and how they measure the particular boards of ed, the local school districts. I work very closely as the chair with Irene Parisi, who I just absolutely love because of her commitment to not only her job, but to the children in our school systems. So yeah, it's been a huge learning for me in terms of the inner workings of how the State Department of Ed works, especially around how they measure certain learnings and experiences, but also how they look at policy and create policy.
That's great. And you didn't mention our commissioners, who I think we can all agree that is a rock star here in the state. We're certainly lucky to have her. Can you just talk a little bit about the relationship between the board and the commissioner's office and the actual Department of Education?
Yeah, I will say first, Representative Concepcion, I've known her personally for a very, very long time. And her relationship, especially in communication, I always feel like she almost communicates way too much for me, and when she pulls out her slides and, it's a lot. But she wants us to be as most informed as we possibly can be, especially when we're not within that room, that we can speak adequately and with some level of coherence about what the State Department of Ed is doing and also our governance responsibilities as a State Board of Ed member. So she is always in relationship. She's always sending out emails, always keeping us abreast of what is going on, where she is throughout the state. It's quite frankly, it's almost too much, right? But I absolutely have a ton of respect for her.
That's great. I think it's better to be overwhelmed with information
Exactly,
than underwhelmed,
exactly.
especially in that position. So I might have another question or two as we go, but with that, I'll open it up to committee members. I see Chairman Duff is online.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and thank you for serving today. Appreciate it. And for your willingness to serve again. I just wanted to ask, there's been so many reports about chronic absenteeism, especially post-pandemic, and just getting kind of worse nationwide. And wondering if there's something that State Board of Education has been talking about or has any plans on working to address. You are addressing it, or any thoughts you might have about it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Duff. Yeah, we talk about it quite often, and trying to find ways to strategize around that. Admittedly, you know, I am, as I said in my testimony, I am from New Haven, and, you know, that is a huge issue in New Haven that I think about almost it's almost obsessive, because I don't think, quite frankly, at the school district level that it's being discussed enough. Definitely not as much as being discussed at the State Board of Education level, and definitely not as much as the State Department of Education level. And so, Senator Duff, we to your question, we talk about that quite a lot and are strategizing around addressing that. That is not an easy fix.
Yeah.
It has always been an issue, quite frankly, but has become even more pronounced of an issue since because of the pandemic and since the pandemic. So, you know, I think that issue is going to take some time, quite frankly.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. And it's not something that can get turned around all at one time. So I appreciate it. I know it's on your radar. I know it's on the radar of so many of us. And there are no simple solutions, but it's certainly, you know, we had folks come in from the State Board of Ed probably, I guess, 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And it was all kind of post-pandemic conversations on you know, wraparound and equity and ensuring that we were doing everything for our kids, especially those who we saw did not have the same equipment or opportunities as others did for being able to connect at home. And then now that kids are back at school, we still should be focusing on those things, but we should also be making sure that we're focusing on getting our kids back in school again. And that is not one person's job or one person's role to do, but it is something that we should all be striving to make sure that we are constantly working on. We have to have we cannot let our kids down and not have them where they need to be in order to ensure that they're successful in life. So I appreciate it. Thank you again for your service, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Clements, for serving. I think it's your third term. Obviously, I think the role of education and teachers are probably the most important job in this country. And I appreciate you stepping up.
Thank you.
I guess old school. I think we've overcomplicated things for our students and our teachers, and I would like to see less. The teachers have so much burden on them, and I know you're only one person, but I don't think we listen to our teachers enough. And I think the right to read that was well intended a few years ago is having complications. And I'm meeting with a number of us are meeting, Democrats and Republicans, Commissioner Tucker next week, to try to get a waiver for that, because it's a lot of money. And I would prefer to put money into paras or teaching than a computer program that will be outdated in a couple of years. So I don't know if you want to weigh in on that.
You know, I will weigh in because I'm sitting here. But at the same time, you know, I'm kind of reticent about weighing in on that because I haven't mastered the content. However, I will say you said something very true, which I agreed with, that we don't listen to teachers enough. We don't. You're absolutely right. And I also think that principals and teachers don't listen to children and community enough either, right? And so I think there is a listening issue here, but you are absolutely right in terms of your assessment. I don't think we do listen to teachers enough.
You know, you just made me think of something. So I have a retail business, and I have people in their 20s and 30s that work for me. And one of the guys is 23, and he knows I'm a legislator. We're talking one day, I was talking about policy. And he said, you know, you have to listen to the student's perspective too.
That's right.
I said, no, Alec, I think you're right.
That's right.
You know, if you're right, you're right. And I think you're right. But I just think we overcomplicate things. I'm 65. I had a good education, but for me, it was all about math, reading, geography, social studies, getting along with people, learning about people's different backgrounds. But it all comes back to reading. And we had a finance committee yesterday, and there's a bill about poverty, and nobody wants poverty. But the fact is, if you don't have an education, if you can't read at the age appropriate, 3, whatever the age is, 5, 6 years old, you're not going to read at 10 and 11 years old, 12 years old. You might have a small percentage, but I believe just basic fundamental reading is so key. And when I was a little boy, between my mother and my teachers, of which I remember their names to this day, Miss Carver and Miss Purity, it was all about reading. I wouldn't be sitting here today because I was sort of a wild teenager. I had to join the military, but I always had the fundamental reading and the respect for my teachers. I know it's a different world, but I meet Ronald Higgins, the new commissioner of DESP, lives in North Haven, from New Haven. I'm from North Haven. My family lived in New York and New Haven. I would hope, and maybe you could do this outside your box, and I was willing to volunteer with him, is we could do something with high school kids and even middle school kids, actually, not even high school kids, middle school kids. High school's too late. Or even elementary, like programs for either academics, sports, arts. We need to do something for our kids. We keep doing the same thing over and over, and it's just not working. I don't mean to go on and on, but it's not working.
You are preaching to the choir, sir. You know, again, you said something that touched me, and it's not discussed enough. That, you know, I grew up very poor, and you know, I kind of didn't lay it all bare in my testimony, of course, because I wanted to be, I was thoughtful about the time. But it's very difficult, quite frankly, and I think this still goes on, and I will say myself is included at that age. It's very difficult to not just learn how to read, but care about reading when you're hungry. And when you are seeing the manifestations of poverty within a school that are competing with this really fundamental formal education. And so I think you're seeing that now, quite frankly. And so to your point, to the extent that we can make this easier for young people, because if you make it easier for young people, you're making it easier for the teachers as well. That's where I think the rubber will meet the road. So I agree with you. I don't know as it relates to the right to read and all this policy. However, I do know that kids are struggling and they're suffering. And those who end up coming to school, you are seeing that suffering and struggle.
Right. Especially coming out of COVID.
Absolutely.
So much. I visit schools, elementary, middle, and high school, and God bless the teachers, and the kids are really pretty resilient. But I appreciate you stepping up. I don't think the Right to Read's a good program. I would prefer to put the money. That's an expensive program. I would put the money in paras and people, not program.
Yeah.
But you know, anything we can do to help, but just please communicate with your teachers. I know you're one person, and all teachers, private and public school.
Yeah.
You know, I know you're public, but we need to have good teachers, and we need to have their backs. So
I appreciate
thank you for
that.
stepping up.
No, thank you. Thank you for your words.
I'm next to you. I'm the next town over.
I'm sorry.
I'm the next town over.
Yeah.
North Haven.
It was a huge traffic jam in North Haven, quite
Yeah.
frankly, this morning.
Yeah.
It's
I
so
went to New Haven Saturday afternoon after work.
really.
The next town over.
Yes, sir.
Went for some food.
Yeah. New Haven's the best.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good
and
morning.
Congratulations.
Thank
I'm
you.
so glad to see you're willing to serve. I agree with my colleague, Representative Yacarino, especially, I don't think computers replace teachers.
Hmm.
I do not. So I'm happy. We've got to make some we have to make serious decisions, and we're hoping that the board can advise and help us out with those kind of things. But there's a couple of other areas. I think we've talked about some of the post-pandemic. COVID's not over, but pandemic is. How it's dealt with, how its consequences include a lot of absences by students and a lot of mental health issues that we're wrestling with even this year with legislation. Again, that's some areas we're hoping that the board will be able to help us with. But I'm also concerned about a few other topics. I was talking to a small business owner a few years back in Danbury, my hometown, and he goes, I'm trying to hire people, and I'm looking at kids just out of high school, and all they know how to do is take tests, standardized tests. And that doesn't help me because in my business, we don't have any standardized tests. And what he's looking for, and this is the point of my question here, I need people who can solve problems. I need people who know how to think creatively. And I'm afraid a bit that our overemphasis on testing, since creative thinking isn't on the test, or a lot of other skills, is hurting the students and is hurting their potential employers. Where would you stand kind of on that?
That's a great question, Representative Godfrey. I think they could be both. I think you can test to measure the very things that formal education deems important, while at the same time identifying someone who thinks critically, who thinks creatively, who problem solves. There are a lot of children, especially in the urban area, who problem solve because they have to, just to get through the day, right? And so, again, I think you can do both. You know, I don't think there's either or. I think test taking has its place, but it's not the place. And that's what you're talking about, right? It shouldn't be the center of the wheel, but it should be a part of the wheel. But again, I do think there is something creative in every child. There's something creative in every youth. It is up to us, quite frankly, not just the schools, but those who have more experience in life to identify those things and try and create a world whereby those things are facilitated.
Well, thank you. That's a very refreshing point of view. I'm very appreciative of that, because I mean, I worry about, it should be education, not indoctrination that we do. And, you know, there's this huge political trend for making education a commodity rather than an essential service offered by state and school districts. That concerns me a lot and we've seen, you know, we've seen this in the last few years in Board of Education elections around the state, that kind of thing. It's very, very disturbing. So I appreciate very much your comments and concern. And like I said, we're going to call on the board for help, assistance, and understanding what's going on. We need to continually upgrade our curriculum requirements. I know I can read cursive, but I know it's not being taught anymore.
my children can't.
Yeah, it's
And
it's almost like one of my secret super writing is just kind of weird. And then all too often I can't read my writing. That's another story altogether. So again, congratulations. Thank you so much for your responses.
I appreciate
I
the
really
question.
appreciate.
It's a very
Sure.
provocative question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? And I'm just looking online to make sure no one has their hand raised. Seeing none, we do have one question that we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you
Have a great
being
day.
here. Congratulations.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Second item on the public hearing agenda is another House Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of Bonnie Burr of Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Wonderful. If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Wonderful. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly and Yacarino, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Bonnie Burr from Brookfield, and I am delighted to be here today going towards my second nomination for the State Board of Education with specific requirements regarding the agricultural knowledge pursuant to statute 10-1. I'm not going to read my testimony. I just want to hit on three specific areas that I have a lot of interest in and a lot of care about. The first is food and agricultural literacy. I think that so many of our young people today, as we're looking at diet and health, have no idea where their food comes from. They don't understand how it's made. And one of the things we need to do is really have a hard look at how we can incorporate some of these things into our educational system. Helping families increase their health starts with young people. When you take a look at some of the imagination, the inquisitiveness, the innovation that young people have, they're ripe for wanting to know how to eat better, live better. And I don't know how many people have the opportunity to ever go in a grocery store with a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old. They certainly can influence what happens in the grocery cart. And so once we get young people starting to help mom or dad or grandparents or whoever they go in to understand the need to eat better, it's far better for all of us. The second area that I have a lot of interest in is our agricultural science and technology education, or our ASTE programs. They may be better known as the students that come in with the blue jackets at Ag Day. Just a tremendous leadership program, and the work that's being done with those young people in our high schools, there are 20 of them statewide, is absolutely phenomenal. These are young people who are coming in, and Representative Godfrey, you talk about the need for young people to really get hands-on and how do they go into jobs? Representative Yacarino, you asked about how do we get some common sense things into education. When we take a look at our ASTE programs, 93% of the kids that graduate from that program go on to some sort of a college degree and graduate. 26% that choose not to go to college, they go into some sort of a formal technology program, welding, mechanics, things like that. They came out with a ready skill. 93% of the young people that get surveyed every year, looking back 6 to 7 years by the State Department of Education, they're gainfully employed. So again, the need to have jobs and young people that can critically think when they come out, these are some of the things that are being taught in our ASTE programs. The third area that I really feel very strongly about is the need to make sure that our young people are eating and have the ability to eat before they come to school, at school, and after school. Food insecurity is massive. There have been numbers as high as 42% that say that young people need free or reduced price lunches when they come into school. That is shocking. That is absolutely shocking that young people would come in and not have known where or if they're going to eat. We should be absolutely appalled by that number. And I think that some of the things that we're doing with our farm to school, the nutrition work that's being done needs to elevate even more. It's a commonality I have with the commissioner. Her interest in nutrition and dietetics is very well known, and she understands hungry kids can't learn. They can't learn. They can't function. Real quick story, and then I'll certainly open up for questions. I work for the University of Connecticut. I work for UConn Extension. We do educational programs off campus. We were working on a USDA grant that was providing food and nutrition lessons for elementary school kids. One of our people doing the grant reported that after snacks, so the kids have a healthy snack. She said, that little bit of milk in the bottom of the gallon. She says, I'm thinking to myself, what am I going to do with the milk in the bottom of this? She said, did I really want to bring it home? And she said, this little guy comes up and tugs on her sleeve and says, Miss Wanda, what are you going to do with that milk? And she goes, what do you think I should do with the milk? And he says, Mommy's food money doesn't come until next week. And I don't have anything to put on my cereal this weekend. Could I take it home? And she said, here's this little guy wants, and she said, I said, absolutely, you can take what's left. She said, maybe a cup of milk. That's tragic that our kids should have to want to try to help mommy with her food money. Tragic. And those are the things we need to address in our schools, and certainly school nutrition is one of the areas that I would like to speak to. I want to echo my friend Mr. Clemens in saying that the people that we work with at the State Department of Education are just tremendous. They have the best interests of our youth in hand, and certainly I've enjoyed my time serving on the State Board of Education with people such as Mr. Clemens, and look forward to serving another term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burr, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank
and
you.
As always, your willingness to continue to serve on this committee. I did not realize that we had a general statute that had a specific member for experience in agriculture, and I'm very happy we do for exactly all the things you mentioned before. The privilege of representing residents here in the city of Hartford, where, as you can imagine, food insecurities and food deserts are a prominent issue here in the city of Hartford. So, and you mentioned this a little bit in your testimony, but can you expand a little bit on what you believe the role of the board should be on ensuring better food insecurities, especially for individuals in urban environments that might not have, access to fresh foods and that nature.
Sure, Representative Concepcion. I think one of the really scary things is when you look at some of our urban locations, they can have 19% food insecure here in the city of Hartford. And when we talk about food insecurity, that means that children don't know where that next meal is coming from. We talk about reduced prices for meals. That's in a number of our bordering suburbs. Where we're seeing that. But I think the role of the board is to make sure that we're taking a hard look at how we're feeding kids in schools. The locally grown movement is really, really key for young people to understand that food doesn't come in to a grocery store and wrapped in cellophane, and is something that gets purchased at the end of the day. It's the need to get out and work and identify that whether we're doing growing towers, one of the programs that we've seen very successful in some of our middle schools is growing towers, and they're probably 4 feet tall, maybe 18 inches around, and we put greens in them. And so the kids watch the greens grow in their science classes. And these are the things that when you say to a young person, here's some lettuce, and it hasn't been sitting in the grocery store for a week. It hasn't been on a truck for a couple of weeks. And this is where young people start to learn that they can actually have something that's really tasty that they have grown and something that they have worked with. And I think those are the sorts of things that we need to encourage a lot more of. It's creating those partnerships with organizations that want to do farm to school and want to make sure that locally grown is something that we really embrace. One of the things that we tie to that is the environmental sustainability of locally grown. So when you take a look at how we address the comprehensive approach to education, it's all about One Health, and we had a One Health seminar at UConn yesterday. And One Health is about how are we teaching people the intersection between environmental health, human health, and animal health. And so these are all things that we can start teaching at a young age. Again, I reference back to people that are working with our younger students. When I came in this morning, there were Girl Scouts sitting here. I thought, oh, this is gonna be a tough crowd to speak to. And this is the sort of thing that we can't do enough of, is helping them understand the need for healthy eating, healthy living. You can't turn on the news without seeing a story about some form of health issue that's coming along. Inactivity. Representative Godfrey, you've got one of the largest municipal parks in the city of Danbury. How cool would it be to really create more partnerships to do outdoor education, and to help young people get out and do programming there. So these are some of the things that I think as we look at how do we form partnerships, it's encouraging the Board of Education to work with the state Department of Education to really show that these forms of education, and again, Representative Yakiran, I'm going to come back to you. When we were growing up, it was, get outside, be present and understand what's around you. And I think we can't do enough of that.
I appreciate that. And I agree with you 100%. I don't think any department here in the state should be working in silos. So any opportunity that we have to ensure that the Department of Education is working with DOAG and everyone else, I think is critical. One thing you did mention in your testimony, I'm hoping you can just expand a little bit on it, just for my own purposes, because I have seen the kids with the blue jackets. Can you just talk a little bit about the aquaculture and agricultural science high schools? Again, serving Hartford, we don't have a lot of a suburban, so it's very urban. So how do I get that information out to some of the students here in the city?
So great question. There are 20 ASTE programs, and then there's a magnet school down in Groton that is marine oriented. For Hartford, the sending districts, you probably would have Glastonbury and Bloomfield. And what they are is these are programs that students apply to in junior high and they're limited seats. So that's the other challenge that we find, is that there's not enough schools or programs that are being conducted that really let young people get out and explore some areas that are normally not going to be found at their traditional high schools. Greenhouse production, food safety, food preparation, welding, mechanics, natural resources in the environment is exploding for us, for kids that want to really focus on what we're looking at with climate adaptation and climate resilience. We look at agricultural production. We look at forestry. So there's all sorts of things that young people can really begin to explore. And it's almost like an opportunity for them to either go through a 4-year program and then go right into the workforce, depending on what they're interested in, or they can go into a 2 or 4-year college program, again, to really, fulfill what they're doing for career exploration. So it's a real hands-on opportunity. I would share this year at Ag Day, probably one of the coolest exhibits we had was the Sound School in New Haven. Came and put together an exhibit. So they were showing the work that's being done at the Sound School. These are young people that are learning how to pilot boats. They're learning how to address marine and aquaculture species and kelp and all sorts of things like that. I was at the Bridgeport aquaculture program a few years ago, pre-COVID at this point. And the food, the tanks that they grow fish in are probably half the size of the circle here. And the students are taught how to be entrepreneurial. And when those fish mature, they go in and they have a small refrigerated case that you can go and buy the fish that the students have raised. And it's a great local program for people that want fresh fish. Go to the high school and go in and purchase fresh fish. I think they're open every Wednesday, or they were. So again, really good entrepreneurial opportunities as well.
That's great. With that, I'll open it up to questions and comments from committee members, and I'll start with Chairman Duff.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for those great questions and comments. I appreciate it, and good morning. We're still in morning, I guess. Yep, and so thank you, and I really appreciate you talking about nutrition and food insecurity, because I always think of this as a solvable problem. A lot of times we talk so much about things in the legislature and in government, and we bite at them kind of bit by bit, and they're big, difficult, frustrating issues to deal with. But this is one that is actually a solvable issue, and we can do that. We have in Norwalk person to person that does a good job. We also have an organization called Filling in the Blanks, which also helps, but that's on the nonprofit side. And we need to, we did a lot during COVID on meals. We need to keep doing more to ensure that our school kids do not come in hungry, and that they also have food on the weekends, which is where Filling in the Blanks really helps out quite a bit. So please keep talking about it. I'm glad that you have that agricultural background as well, and that we have that perspective, because we're so rich in our agriculture here in the state that I think that perspective is really important. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. One of the really interesting things that we're really looking at is how do we increase urban agriculture? And I know down in Norwalk you've got some really cool folks looking at container growing, which is where you've got shipping containers and growing greens and things like that. And that's one of the things that we need to talk about. Are these possible in some of our urban locations that, we may not have an agricultural school, or it's not tied to the district, but these are units that are very easy to, I don't want to say plug and play, but they're pretty innovative in terms of how you can be drawing out fresh vegetables. So again, urban agriculture and how that can play in districts like yourself is terrific.
Thank you. We have great partnerships with Norwalk Public Schools and UConn and some of our food providers, and I'm going to not remember everybody's organization, so forgive me, but we do have this great partnership with UConn, and again, one of the nonprofits, which of course right this second escapes me, but I really appreciate what they do. And I will just say, just anecdotally, because I appreciate what you said about the containers. In the schools, we're teaching kids how to garden and how to grow vegetables themselves, and a lot of them get very excited by it. And some of our housing authority buildings or projects, housing there, they are doing gardens with the kids as well, and that's been very helpful. I'll say that my grandparents taught me how to garden way back when. They were members of the Connecticut State Grange, as am I, and so it's not hard to do. You just got to give it a little TLC, and I think it's really a great thing for kids to learn how to do and be able to accomplish. So again, thank you for that perspective, and thanks for your hard work on this, because I really do believe this is a solvable problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Burr, for serving, and it's your second or third term.
Second.
I love your perspective, and I think, I didn't even give it a lot of thought, unfortunately, but the state, for the agriculture aspect, the science aspect, we have Lyman Hall, the next town over, North Haven, and I would hope we had more emphasis on BOAG in the sciences and the blue coats. And I think you could garden in an urban area, because you need wood, and you need a little effort and a little elbow grease and to get it done. And anything that, I'll say, like I said earlier, anything they could get a kid interested in, having self-worth, growing something, putting seeds in and popping up, they accomplish something. So I guess my question is, how many on the state board of ed, how many members, I don't even know how many members are, shame on me. How many members on the board?
Gosh,
Are you the only, well, let's rephrase.
11.
And are you the only one that, with the emphasis on really the
Yes,
agriculture aspect
just one of us, yes.
and nutrition?
Myself.
I think it's amazing, actually. I didn't really give it a thought, and it's so vitally important.
Mhm.
And it goes back to, I guess, my basic question to Mr. Clemens earlier about basic education, reading, writing, fixing things, math, but developing skills to use your hands and see something grow or create something. I think it's important. In New Haven now, or where Southern is, no, I'm sorry, Eli Whitney is, there's a program for students that don't really do well with traditional education. And I visited it a number of times, actually, with Representative Walker and other representatives and senators, where they have after-school programs for agriculture, for cooking, culinary, for any mechanics, carpentry, plumbing. I don't know why we don't have more of that in the state for kids that are outside of the box. We don't really have enough of that.
That's a great question, and you and I are on the same wavelength on that. There are so many young people that when they are coming through high school or even junior high into high school, their path forward is not something that's easy for everybody to get through. And so one of the things that again, we identify, especially with agri-science programs and aquaculture, is what are some again, the places where they can be inquisitive, where they can be creative. And we see that, like you said, when they can use their hands. One of the really interesting things that we're identifying is that when you talk about computer programming and things like that, a lot of kids go, oh, okay, as long as I've got my cell phone and my thumbs, go 100 miles an hour, I'm okay. But when you put them into some of these agricultural programs where we are using robotics, where we are using technology, all of a sudden it really blooms and blossoms in a way they want to learn about it. And so these are some of the things that we need to address even more. And again, when you talk about the growing towers that we can put in science rooms, one of the challenges that we have with our school system is that it stops in June and it starts again in September. And when are we mostly growing vegetables? Outdoors, it's during the summer. So if we can get some of these technology oriented programs going, whether it's shipping containers where we grow food 365, or whether it's more growing towers in science rooms, those are the things that, again, help young people to explore. And the fact that if they want to use their hands, if they want to really understand how to be creative in totality, that's where it's at.
Well, I would put money in the greenhouse before I put it in the program for Right to Read.
There you go. We
To be
can
honest.
probably agree on that as well.
Because you'll get a lot more of those students will learn. I know it's simplistic, but if you have any human being, if you do something, you have a sense of worth. And a lot of kids in the cities, I'll talk to the cities now, why they should have just as much right for agriculture as
Absolutely.
I grew up in a suburban area, but there should be no bias on if you're in a city. My family's from New York, so they were farmers, actually, believe it or not, but they found a way to farm. You could do it. We just have to more emphasis. And I would probably say, and probably get mad at me, there's not enough emphasis on the State Board of Education for practical application for people like yourself that I think bring a wealth of experience, and how you'll do more good, I think, for many of these kids than certain programs. But we need everything. I get it, but we need to have that practical. And I hope the board members appreciate everything you bring, because I think it's good for kids.
Thank you. Really, really quick story. There was, so I do a lot of work with 4-H, and I was at a 4-H program, and there were a pair of twins there, and there was a The sister was, you know, one of those just whip smart young ladies that she knew that she was going to go and be an English teacher. She was into drama and theater and things like that. And her brother, not so much. And he was going to an agri-science school. And I said, so what are you guys going to do? They were juniors in high school. So what are you guys going to do? And she's like, here are the colleges. And, you know, here comes the list of all the colleges that she was looking at. And he's kind of looking a little dejected. And he said, I want to go to welding school. And I said, you do realize you're going to out earn your sister.
Yeah.
And those are the things that they need to hear more of. They need to know that you going into the trades is not a bad thing. It's a tremendous opportunity for you to really contribute to your community. And again, to create a really good livelihood. So I would agree with you, sir. And we do need to encourage young people to really explore what the trades look like and how those can contribute.
It'd be nice to have, you know, like schools all have field trips, and maybe have a field trip to the sound school.
Mhm.
Maybe have a field trip to Southern, I'm not Southern, I always say Southern. Yeah, Eli Whitney or to Lyman Hall.
Mhm.
It doesn't hurt, you know, it takes a day out of the, you know, you're out of the class for a day, but hopefully, I obviously plan on supporting you. I think you bring a great perspective, especially the 4-H. I was a Boy Scout leader, Cub Scout Boy Scout leader. Somebody was talking earlier about shopping. Every kid had to learn how to shop.
Yeah.
At 10, 11 years old, 12 years old. And they were shocked because anytime we went camping, we had to buy the food. Believe it or not, you'd be surprised how many kids when they're 20s and now 30s, said, Mr. Yacarino, I learned so much just shopping those times before we went on the camp out.
Yeah.
And you have to budget for your food and get enough, you know, to eat and carry it with you. If you take too much, you can't carry it. And if you take too little, you're hungry.
No, very true. And today upstairs, you've got financial literacy. I saw our Yukon Extension folks up there. And again, it's understanding what the price of food is. And like that little guy that said, mommy's food money doesn't come till next week. That's the reality that we need to help young people. They need to understand that there is good, nutritious food. And we just need to make it a lot more accessible.
That should never happen though, but
Yeah.
thank you so much, and keep pushing at the
Thank
State
you.
Board of Ed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I see Senator Kelly's hand up. Senator Kelly, followed by Representative Godfrey and Representative Quinn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Bonnie. I have more of a statement than any questions, because I do know of your work with both the USDA and the Connecticut Farm Bureau, and obviously your experience at Yukon College of Agriculture. You know, this is a perspective that I think we need on the State Board of Education, both from, you know, the perspective of what, you know, students in nutrition, but it's also the educational and then also the economic impact of agriculture in Connecticut. I think all too often we overlook that important fact. And I'm just glad that someone with your diverse background and interest in this area is willing to step forward and to volunteer their service for the benefit of our state. So thank you very much. You know, good luck. And obviously, if we can ever be of assistance, just let us know.
Senator Kelly, I really appreciate those remarks. Certainly, you know that the importance of agriculture, especially in a more urban location such as yours, the impact that we do with agricultural education isn't just confined to schools. But when you take a look at like what Jones Family Farm does with bringing out school buses and just, you know, kids coming out and understanding where food is grown, and it's that firsthand knowledge. And I think that's part of what we need to do is keep engaging our farmers like the Jones family, you know, to engage with their students that go to their local schools and make sure that these are all things that continue to grow and continue to prosper. So thank you, sir, for all the work you're doing for agriculture.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of shout outs. Yukon, go Huskies. I'm law school. Second, Brookfield.
Danbury.
My part of the world. We don't have enough people from our part of the world.
I
think
agree, sir.
that come here. And I want to thank you for your past service and looking forward to your continued service. And I like a lot of your remarks. You're pragmatic. And in an era where there are too many ideologues, you've seen what's actually going on with the Brookfield Board of Education.
Yeah.
That's pathetic. But having to have boards of education, elected ones having to deal with those kind of issues. It's just mind blowing. That's not the kind of thing that should be on the table. But I love the idea of educating kids to know where their food is coming from. Eggs don't come from cardboard boxes. They come from hens. Make that connection. Park Avenue School, which is in my district in Danbury, they have a garden. They grow vegetables and flowers. And I appreciate, I'm a gardener myself, and I do it more for therapy than for anything else. That's another, it teaches patience. You know, this isn't pulling out your smartphone and getting an answer within seconds. You actually have to plant a seed, and it takes an entire growing season for that to actually blossom and produce fruits and vegetables. That's a lesson that I think more people need to understand. And I talked about creative thinking. Farmers have to think creatively. They have to deal with soil. They have to deal with the weather. They have to follow all of these things and understand how to react and how to make their garden and their farm products grow in this hugely variable environment. Many of my constituents worry about climate change, but environment and ecology is more than just that. It's also all the things you've talked about. And I certainly think not only in the Danbury school system like Park Avenue School, but we've got Henry Abbott Technical, VOTech, which does some of this stuff. And they have a great, by the way, culinary program, and they use a lot of locally grown food. And then you mentioned the issue of food insecurity, and then we've talked about the increase in truancies. Let me connect two dots. You come to school and you get a meal. You should get two. You should get breakfast and you should get lunch. And being from Danbury, I've got, and I'm the urban part of Danbury, I'm downtown. I worry about that for the kids in my district going to their schools hungry. So I think we're on the same pages, actually the same chapter in the same book. And if you have any additional comments, I'd love to hear them on some of the things I've just touched on.
No, I would just say that my dad and my brother-in-law both went to Avatech, so near and dear. But I do think that that when we talk about food insecurity, when we talk about where food comes from, it's also part of what food safety. And again, those are the culinary arts programs that we see in our VOTech schools. And again, great partnerships that can evolve, around what we're teaching. And these are, again, the folks that are going out to make sure our local economies work. And if we can't provide people to go into our local economies and really help to elevate what those are, then we're not going to be successful, whether it's in the center of town or if it's going to be, on the outskirts or in the suburbs. And I think that again, it's that constant checking in to see where can we have, capacity, where can we have, an intersection of where people can come together and understand why these things are necessary. We need to do more of that within our state.
Thank you. And like yourself, my mother's father, my maternal grandfather, taught me how to garden.
Nice.
When I was like 70 years ago.
Yeah.
So it can be also something that brings families together. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
and congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn, followed by Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Burr, congratulations on your nomination. And I join Representative Yacarino's sentiments that you absolutely are the right person to join this board. And also, with your agricultural background, I think it brings something that is sorely missing. I graduated from the Lyman Hall VOAG program, and while I'm not doing anything remotely related to agriculture in my professional life, I would do it all again because the skills that I learned there were just invaluable, and I really want to see us expanding that to other students. But again, congratulations. And, I appreciate what you're going to bring to this board, and hopefully we'll be able to expand these programs.
Thank you very much, sir. I guess I would say that when you're involved in an agricultural, high school or program, one of the things you learn is cause and effect. And if you're not prepared to make sure that that plant is growing, if you're not prepared to make sure that if you're handling mechanics or anything with welding, if you're not laying out and using the tools in the proper manner, there is going to be an effect. And so I think it's the critical thinking that we've been talking about here today, that again, just one more piece to why it's so important that young people understand that the agricultural, the mechanical, the natural resources, the environmental opportunities that you may get in high school, you may not have a career in that, but by gosh, you're going to be one of the best ambassadors we have for talking about it as we go forward. So thank you for those comments.
Oh, you're very welcome. And, looking back at it, the periods of the day when I had VOAG classes, I mean, it was fun. And you learned something and you had fun doing it. And, school should have that element to it. I mean, all of the academics are very important, but I think we lose a lot of people when, it's just strictly the academics and not anything, on the more practical side that you can have fun with.
Agreed.
All right. Again, thank you very much and congratulations, and look forward to working with you over your term with the Board of Education.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say congratulations and also thank you for your work on this VOAG program. My grandkid is a freshman and was accepted into the program, and we're all excited about that opportunity for him. And so I wanted to thank you for all the work making that possible for our kids.
Well, Senator, I certainly appreciate all you do for agricultural education in your district. It may not be formalized in terms of what we do with an agri-science, school, but certainly your support of 4-H and Extension is greatly appreciated.
It's a great program, and we want to keep it here in this area because it serves. The Master Gardening Program has been something that's been so wonderful for our community, and hopefully we can continue to have that UConn Extension program in our community. So thank you for mentioning.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Ms. Burr, we do have one last question that we must ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for
Thanks so
spending and for all your answers to all the questions. Appreciate you.
Great.
All right, moving right along. Third item on the agenda is another House Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Good afternoon now.
It is afternoon now.
If you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yacarino and Kelly, and the distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Kristen Record, and it is an honor to have been nominated by Governor Lamont to serve on the State Board of Education. I'm proud to say that I'm the product of a Connecticut public school education, and I come from a family of Connecticut educators. I'm currently in my 24th year teaching physics at Bunnell High School in Stratford. I teach in a Title I Alliance designated school district. At Bunnell, 70% of my students are students of color and 50% receive free or reduced price lunch. My students, who often learn about my resume, are sometimes incredulous that someone with career options in the private sector or in academia would choose to teach, or more specifically, choose to teach them. Simply put, I believe there's a place for every student in a physics class, and I believe that the enrollment in my AP classes should reflect the diversity of my school. I know that equity and social emotional learning are fundamental to student achievement. I also believe that developing and retaining exceptional teachers is crucial to providing a high-quality education to all students. I'm a certified team mentor, and I serve on my district's team coordinating committee, leading, planning, implementing, and monitoring Stratford's program. I've supervised 5 student teachers, 4 teacher interns, and mentored dozens of beginning teachers. Since 2013, I've been a member of my district's PDEC. We're currently working to update our evaluation plans to conform to the new state model. I frequently facilitate professional development in my district and at the state and national level conferences. As the co-facilitator of the National STEM Fellowship for the National Network of State Teachers of the Year, I've led extensive work around the topics of equity and access to STEM education and engaging K-12 students in STEM career explorations. Next week, my school will undergo our collaborative conference for its New England Association of Schools and Colleges decennial accreditation. As one of the 2 accreditation coordinators for my school, I'm well versed in the standards upon which Connecticut high schools are evaluated and how they impact the climate for teaching and learning in a school. Through my experiences as a Connecticut State Teacher of the Year and as a leader in my local and state teachers union, I know I have the fingertips on the pulse of education issues, not only across the state, but across our country. I've forged collaborative relationships and partnerships with administrators as well as elected officials at the local, state, and national level. I believe that the best education policy is created when teachers have a seat at the decision-making table, bringing the voice of our expertise and our daily lived experience, as well as the voices of our students, into the discussion. If approved, it would be an honor for me to serve on the State Board of Education as that voice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. As I mentioned before, you're willing to serve on this critical board. This is your first
It is.
nomination.
Yes.
Have you been to any meetings yet?
I have watched a few online, yes.
Yeah. Has anything surprised you yet from the board?
They're very differently run than local Board of Education meetings. I attend all my local Board of Education meetings as a vice president of my teachers union. I've actually testified before the State Board of Education on a couple of different topics, so it'll be interesting to potentially be able to sit on the other side of the microphone.
That's great. And do you know if you're the only teacher that's part of the board?
I believe I would be the only practicing educator.
That's great. Again, as we were talking about Ms. Burr last time, I think it's critical to have the teachers' voices as part of the board as well. So thank you for stepping up and being that voice for the students. You know, given what you mentioned before on any educators, you had the option of going to the private sector, where I would assume you would make a little bit more money than teachers
Just a smidge.
would, and we've seen obviously a shortage of teachers. That's not just a Connecticut issue, that's a national issue.
It is.
What do you believe is the board's responsibility or role in recruitment of qualified teachers throughout the state?
Well, I think first and foremost that when we make decisions about what is going to be going on in schools or in classrooms, one of the questions we should be asking is, will this help us to retain excellent teachers? And if the answer is anything other than yes, then we perhaps need to revisit that decision. I think in terms of attracting educators to our profession, and this, again, as you stated, is not just a Connecticut issue, it's a national issue. We need to elevate the profession. We need to treat teachers as the professionals that we are. I graduated with a degree in physics, and I probably could have right off the bat had a starting salary of $60,000 or $70,000 a year. That's not the starting salary for beginning educators. There's a bill right now in legislation to have a minimum starting salary of $60,000. And across the country, Connecticut looks really good in comparison to other states. And I have friends in other states who are battling to get a minimum salary of $48,000 a year. I think that we have to do a lot to reduce the barriers to becoming a teacher. whether it is someone who is an educator in another state and moves here and wants to continue teaching, or it's someone that is in college. The costs associated with getting certified in Connecticut are high. It costs probably about $1,500 to go through the certification process. And if you're getting out of college and finishing up your degrees, that's a huge burden to take on, knowing that you're not going to have a starting salary of $60,000 or $70,000 a year. I have a lot of students who I think would make incredibly good teachers. And one of the obstacles is that in their own communities and in their own families, they're concerned about, well, you know, we think you're a great teacher, Miss Record, and we all love our teachers, but I don't know if that's a good profession for me to be able to go in and support my family. And we have to do something about that if we want to attract and retain the best possible educators for our kids.
I appreciate that. I will probably have another question or two, but in the interim, I'll open it up to my committee members, starting with Senator Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. I don't have any questions. Just wanted to say thank you for your willingness to serve. Thanks for teaching. It's not an easy job these days, but we appreciate you down in Stratford. I know Senator Kelly's area, but it's an area that's close by to me as well. And I know we have some Rock residents who teach there as well. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for stepping up, Ms. Record. You have a good, I think, good mayor, Laura Hoydick in Stratford, and hopefully you like her. I had mentioned earlier about, I think there's and you could tell me, you're the teacher, I'm not. There's so much emphasis on testing. There's so much that's taken away from the time for a teacher to actually teach the basics of education and knowledge. Anything you want to weigh in, especially physics. I'm actually the co-chair of the State Bioscience Club, so I try to push them. As much as I love agriculture, which is vitally important, that's part of physics, because if you put a seed in it, the gravity, it's pushing up against gravity.
You can't grow your plants without physics.
Can't grow without
Just saying.
So it's got to it's the resistance. It's going to come up. Hopefully, you put water and a little sunshine on that. But so.
Ironic to your question, we are just on the cusp of what we refer to in schools as testing session, testing season. And so my 11th graders right now, they took the SATs last week. Right when we come back from April break, they will take the 11th grade NGSS assessment. Somewhere shoehorned in there, they will take their NWEA progress benchmark assessments, and then our higher achieving students will begin their AP exams. And so it's a lot. And the more that we focus on the test score and the less that we are focused on critical thinking skills, it does detract from the education that I think we're focused on. There's only so many times you can test to figure out where we're at. And testing, somebody said before, we need to bring the joy back into learning and our classrooms. And how do we do that? We have problem-based learning. We have all of our standards be tied to our portrait of a graduate that we're adopting in our schools. We have direct curriculum connections to being a collaborator, a good communicator, a solution-driven problem solver. We make sure that we incorporate real life experiences into our classrooms. And as an AP teacher, I do have to teach to a test, but I really do try to de-emphasize that in my classroom. I want my kids to have fun in physics. I want them to not be afraid to take a physics class. And so, yes, I know that there's a test looming over us in May, but I don't focus on that. I think that if you are doing good teaching and having good learning in your classrooms, the tests will take care of themselves at some point. And I think that the bigger emphasis, particularly for our graduates, does need to be, how are we incorporating what is in our classrooms on a day-to-day basis back to the portrait of a graduate? And that's so fundamental to what good teaching looks like in a comprehensive high school.
I appreciate that, and I do agree with you. I would hope and I think you will, bring to the State Board of Education more of a practical approach to education. Probably my favorite American is Benjamin Franklin. And if you look at Benjamin Franklin, who was indentured to his older brother, he fled Massachusetts. He was a printer. He was self-taught. I'm not saying everybody should be self-taught, but he read. He was very inquisitive. He was curious.
He was a tinkerer.
Yeah, he tinkered. So he tinkered. He invented there's so many inventions that he, lead ground for houses weren't burning down, the volunteer fire department, the kindergarten classes, bifocals. I could go on and on, but I know it sounds crazy, but we have great teachers. We handcuff teachers, I think, and let teachers teach. We have all these tests since I've been here, and even my kids were at school. All my kids, I have 3 children. They're all grown. Future problem solving, creative thinking. Their mom and myself, we wanted to think and read, try everything, try different things. But at the end of the day, you have to read. Reading is fundamental. But
And one of the things that I
we don't do enough of
definitely think about
Please bring that to the
in
board.
terms of STEM education is that, and much like my colleague before said about agri-science, if you focused a lot of your learning in classrooms through the lens of STEM, you would inherently teach literacy skills, numeracy skills, and all of the other skills that we desire in our workforce. And so the more that we can have interdisciplinary learning, cross-cutting concepts, more collaboration time for teachers so that we can pair up with our colleagues and teach across the silos of our high schools and middle schools in particular, I think that only benefits students.
Just I know you will, but, and I think all the candidates say, just do your best to try to bring more of it. It gets old. A practical approach. It's getting old and old. I don't know how teachers do it today and students. We're the greatest country in the world, but it's really because of free thinking for 150 years, for experimenting, doing things differently. And now we're just like cookie cutters. And I don't mean to go on and on, but it just bothers me that it's so ridiculous, I think. And I'm just a regular guy that I went in the service and I went to community college, wanted to be a teacher, just things changed in my life. But I love the profession and I appreciate what you do. And
Thank you very much for your support.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kristen, for stepping forward and making yourself available to the state of Connecticut. It's great here to support a fellow physics aficionado. I was
You
going to
can
say
geek, it's okay.
I was going to say nerd, but
No
but
geek.
thank you. But we had a similar conversation earlier last week about some of your concerns and what you're going to be bringing to the State Board of Education to try to get some attention. And it's a treat to be here in person to support a constituent as well. It doesn't happen very often way down in Stratford. But again, you've got my yes vote, and same thing for you, Ms. Burr. I mean, I had a meeting where I would have been here, but these are the two that I really very much supportive of today. So thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kristen, for stepping forward. Like Joe, I'm well aware of what you do for the Stratford Board of Education, and in particular, the students at Bunnell. Your record precedes itself. You've done an excellent job for the students of Stratford. I know you'll bring those same perspectives, your aptitude, and your insight to the state board. And I'm just thankful and appreciative that we're going to be able to share a resource from our town with the rest of the state. So keep up the good work. You're doing a very good job, and I look forward to continued success. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations. I'm delighted to see a physicist come before us and being willing to get on the State Board of Education. I am a nerd.
Okay.
Neil
If you
deGrasse.
call yourself the word, it's okay.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I follow him like religiously. I subscribe to Astronomy Magazine. I'm an inveterate almanac reader.
Are you
and-
also disappointed that the solar eclipse is not taking place smack in the middle of a school day? I mean, this is, I was like, oh, the physics teacher inside of me is crying.
I know, I bought the glasses. I'm ready. I'm hoping the weather will be good next week, even though
All right, sir.
we're
good job.
obviously we're not in the path of totality, and I can go on this. I won't bore everybody to death with it, but it's exciting. I love that kind of thing, and just being an observer and participant in a sense for astronomical phenomenon. It's just wonderful to see. And one of the good things about STEM teaching, talk about critical thinking, which I have quite a bit, because science isn't the truth, it's the search for. And that requires you to think often outside the box. Einstein wasn't, mainstream. He was all out there by himself, and a succession of physicists and astronomers since then. Carl Sagan is another hero of mine. That kind of thing has made a difference. But I'm worried. I like your comments on this. We seem to be in an era where there are those, a small group, who prefer to replace science with superstition. And that bothers me a lot. I don't believe in facts. My opinions override them, especially in science. We see it in climate change, in all of those arguments. I won't go as far as saying the flat earthers drive me crazy, but that's out there. That's out there too. So do we need to do more? And if so, what in STEM? How can we encourage it as both a legislator and as citizens?
Well, as a teacher, one of the hallmarks of instruction in my courses is argument-driven inquiry. So you can have a belief or an opinion, but it needs to be backed up with some data. It needs to be backed up with some evidence. And so even when my students are doing an experiment to verify something that Newton taught us and came up with, they still need to show me, what is the evidence? What is your reasoning? Where did this come from? I think our library media specialists play a huge role in that in our schools, helping us to teach kids how to critically evaluate information. I think that the more students are exposed to everything that is available to them on the internet and on their phones, the more necessary it is to be a critical consumer of information. And so, yeah, a lot of times I will go into class and I'm not someone who starts with the do now on the board. I'm sorry to my department head, but I don't. And I'll say something, oh, did you read this article in the paper? Or of course, the kids don't read the paper, and so, I'll show something and bring it up and we'll talk about it. And a lot of times it's something that they didn't know about or they have questions. Good questions are really important in learning to be a critical thinker. And I encourage good questions. And I think that the more we can incorporate in our education system that connection between what's taught in the class and a lived real world experience, that will only help to develop critical thinking skills.
And that carries over into the rest of your life. If you can think critically here, you can think critically everywhere. And innovation comes from critical thinkers. And the United States and Connecticut has been global leaders in innovation. And I'm afraid we're turning our backs on that tradition. So I'm happy that you're will be on the State Board of Education and kind of carrying the torch for not only for science, but for critical thinking. So congratulations and thank you very much for being willing to serve.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Just looking at Zoom. Seeing no, well, I'm hoping your students are watching right now. And if not,
We
that should be their
actually,
homework.
Don't have school today because of the primary
then
election.
they
So
should
there's
all be
there's a
watching.
live
Yes,
stream.
then they should all-
So
there's
yes.
there's literally no
They're
excuse
gonna,
now.
why didn't you give us a shout out, miss?
Yeah, that's great. Well, Seeing no other questions or comments, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your nomination.
thank you.
All right, moving along, we have our last House Joint Resolution for today. This is the nomination of Dr. Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Good morning, or no, I'm sorry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Co-chairs Duff and Concepcion, co-chairs Looney and Godfrey, ranking members Kelly and Yacarino, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of my nomination to serve on the State Board of Education. I am truly honored to have been nominated by Governor Lamont for this important role, and if approved, look forward to the opportunity to serve Connecticut students, educators, and school systems. I am Dr. Juan Salazar. I have been a pediatrician providing care to children and their families for more than 30 years. I attended medical school at the Universidad Javeriana in Bogota, Colombia. I'm an immigrant, proud immigrant to this country, one of the top medical schools in Latin America. I completed my residency and chief residency in pediatrics at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I subsequently earned a master's in public health at the University of Minnesota, where I also completed a 3-year fellowship in pediatric infectious diseases. I currently serve proudly as the physician-in-chief and executive vice president of academic affairs at Connecticut Children's. I'm also professor and chair of the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I direct the Connecticut Children's Pediatric and Youth HIV program, and I've been doing that for 25 years. I'm also a founding member of the Connecticut Children's Research Institute. I have been continuously funded by the NIH for 25 years to conduct research in Lyme disease, congenital syphilis, pediatric HIV, and more recently of COVID-19. I grew up in a family that deeply valued education. My father was a physician. My mother was a psychologist, family therapist. And that continued passion for education led me to become the academic leader of the Connecticut Children's Pediatric Residency Program. I also oversee medical student education for both the University of Connecticut and Quinnipiac Medical Schools. Through my roles as Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs at Connecticut Children's and Chair of the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Connecticut, I've helped tailor curricula to stay on the cutting edge of advances in medicine and families' ever-changing needs. I greatly value encouraging students to pursue their passions and engaging the communities they serve. My background specifically is in pediatric infectious diseases, and I previously led the Division of Pediatric Infectious Diseases at Connecticut Children's before I became the chair. One of the most challenging times of my career, as undoubtedly was yours as well, was the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, when our team at Connecticut Children's came together to develop the treatment protocols, PPE guidelines, guidance for community leaders, and yes, working with school administrators to make sure that they were doing the right thing, or at least helping them provide the right care, and also the families they served. In our hospital, we saw firsthand the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, from children infected with the virus to children experiencing the long COVID or multi-system inflammatory syndrome complications associated with the virus. Beyond the medical implications of the virus, we also saw children missing many school days, caregivers losing jobs, and family members lost to the virus. While we saw staggering levels of children with behavioral health challenges, prior to the pandemic, COVID-19 exacerbated greatly many of the challenges children and families face, and that has not gone away. We saw unprecedented numbers of children in behavioral health crisis in our emergency department, in our hospital, in our schools. While we know that children are resilient, the extent of their resilience depends upon society's ability to provide them with a web of wraparound resources and supports that their families need to face cultural changes, face the changes and challenges. Those of us who work in pediatrics know that when you care for a child, you cannot treat them in isolation. Caring for a child really means caring for that child's whole family. Only about 10% of children's overall health and well-being is determined by the access to quality of the healthcare services they receive. The other 90% of this is really important. It's influenced by genetics, plus a wide variety of social, economic, and environmental factors such as housing, food. We spoke about food insecurity here, nutrition, family support services, which are often referred to as the social influence of health. School communities are truly critical to a child's health, well-being, and development. In addition to providing instruction on important academic skills, schools are where some children receive their only meal. We heard about this today. and where they have supportive adults who may recognize an emotional change or challenge with a student. I have seen over the years of my practice that children and families are most likely to thrive when they have a web of support that enables them to navigate challenges. The family is really critical, but the school is vital. The role of the schools play in the lives of children make them well positioned to be part of that web. But we know that some families and some communities in our state have better access and resources than others. I would welcome the opportunity to help advance the conversation on how to ensure that all children, regardless of their zip code, have access to engaging and supportive school communities that enable them to grow, learn, and succeed in their fullest potential. As a pediatrician, I have dedicated my career to advancing children's health through my clinical practice, my research, and the academic leadership. I would be truly honored for the opportunity to serve in the State Board of Education and use my experience to contribute to this body's meaningful work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salazar, and congratulations on your nomination. Pretty humbled by the diverse of backgrounds and experiences of the four of the nominees today. I think you perfectly fit into the board in a remarkable way. So congratulations on that. Just a couple questions on my end, and I realize you're not a teacher at all, but when I moved to Connecticut from Puerto Rico, there was an influx of Hispanic teachers that were coming here to the city of Hartford, including my parents, who are both educators here in the city. We've tried to, over the years, we've lost a lot of, not just teachers in general, because we have, but have failed to recruit teachers of brown teachers and minority teachers and Hispanic teachers here in the state. What do you believe is the role of the State Board of Education to try to recruit minority teachers? We've tried to pass a few legislation last couple of years to try to incentivize teachers of color to take that responsibility. But any ideas on what you believe the board's responsibility should be?
Yeah. Thank you for that excellent question. Before I answer that, I just want to give a little bit of a sense of how we approach that at Connecticut Children's and at the university. And we need to. It's really imperative that the physicians, the nurses, the advanced practitioners that work at Connecticut Children's are representative of the community we serve. That is absolutely critical. It's not easy to recruit individuals who resemble our community, but we have made a strong effort to reach out across the country to make sure that individuals that are similar to our community will be able to serve here. I'm very proud to be the first chair of the Department of Pediatrics that is a Latino. One of out of 165 nationally. Unfortunately, there are only 4 of us that have a Latino background. We're trying to change that. And what we have done at Connecticut Children's is provide incentives for those individuals that perhaps are in other communities that would want to come to Connecticut and serve in Connecticut, serve in Hartford. And if we do that, then I think you have the effect in the community is that people will see individuals within the community that work in the community that represent them. And so my hope is that if teachers in other locations see that perhaps in Connecticut, in Hartford, there is a chair of pediatrics that is Hispanic, that was able to make it through the process, that they will want to join the community. So I think, exactly how the board functions, I'm still learning that process. I haven't been there yet. But my hope is that through my own experience, my own life journey, that I can help influence how the board recommends to this body. What type of enhancements, what type of enticements we can actually have so that teachers that represent our community actually join the community and stay in the community, and that we have the ability to keep them locally in Hartford, in Danbury, in Waterbury, and in New Haven. I think that's absolutely critical, and hopefully they see in somebody like me an example of what can be done, it could be done.
Thank you very much for that. And you mentioned, obviously, Connecticut Children's, who's been a remarkable asset here for this state, particularly dealing with mental health issues, obviously through COVID and beyond. What are some of the things that you've seen in your position at Connecticut Children's, some of the resources that are provided to these students, or I'm sorry, these kids that are going in there that might be replicated in other school systems or other educational resources throughout the state?
Yeah, thank you for that excellent question. And in my opening statement, I mentioned the health crisis that we're living right now, the behavioral health crisis that we're living right now with our students, beginning in elementary school, all the way through the middle school, all the way through the high school. The number of kids that are suffering now with mental health issues, depression, suicidality, difficulties in attending school, finishing school, continuing in school is staggering. And we have seen this firsthand at Connecticut Children's. When I arrived at Connecticut Children's back in 1998, a while ago, we had one psychologist and one psychiatrist at Connecticut Children's, and that was not enough, but they were able to hold the fort. Today, we have 27 psychologists. We are hiring multiple psychiatrists, social workers, so we can actually provide the care, and that's not enough because of the staggering numbers of kids that are coming through our doors. The goalposts have moved. It's remarkable. And I think from my vantage point, the partnership that is really important is with the school system and the parents, of course, a combination of the family and the school system. And when we have a true partnership with the school system, then we can begin to identify the health issues that affect kids before they become a major crisis, beginning in the elementary school, in the middle school, and the high school. Because teachers, like Ms. Record here, and I'm sure in her physics class, she identifies somebody who may be having trouble, and she's going to be very knowledgeable about saying that individual, that kid needs help. And she can connect the kid with a school-based nurse or the school-based health system, and then they can alert us before the crisis occurs. So I think part of what we need to do is develop partnerships between the children's hospitals and the pediatricians, between any healthcare provider, the school system, so that is one continuum level of care, so that it doesn't get to a crisis level. If we intervene early, we will be able to avoid many of the complications. Now, early means not high school, not middle school. In fact, even elementary school may be too late. I mean, we're really looking at kids, below the age of 5, 4, and even earlier. And if we're able to do that through an education system, I think we'll be able to, stem the tide. But it's a complicated issue. It's a great question, and we need to deal with it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And then we spoke a little bit about ensuring that we don't work in silos and leveraging each other's efforts when it comes to whatever it is, but obviously including mental health. So, we have some departments here, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services that should be involved as well, DCF, all these departments that touch children in some way, shape, or form should be ensured that they're part of the solution, working obviously in conjunction with the board. So I certainly appreciate that. I'll open it up to committee members now for any additional questions or comments. I will wait till Senator Duff, if he's available. Senator Duff.
Hey, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. No questions. I just appreciate your nomination and willingness to serve very much. I think that we've asked some good questions today. I appreciate the questions and comments you've had, Mr. Chairman, but I'm good. So I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Salazar, Dr. Salazar, for stepping up and serving. As a physician, I know you mentioned quite a bit to our good chair, Concepcion, but your perspective to bring to the State Board of Education for the health and well-being of children at the age of 3, 4, 5 and up. What could you add? You mentioned a lot of agencies, but I think a lot has to go back to the family, fortunately, and trying to have a communication from day one with, I guess the school nurse, the teachers, the parents, and the community. But what could you bring as a physician to the State Board of Education that will hopefully be a conduit to try to stem the insecurities of folks?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Yacarino. I appreciate your question, and well, I'm honored to serve. I'm honored to learn. This obviously I have not served on the board, and so I'm even though I have expertise in many areas, I'm going to learn a lot. I'm going to bring my inquisitive mind and learn from my peers and my colleagues, using the same type of reasoning that I do with scientific inquiry, where obviously I'll bring my level of expertise in areas that are healthcare related, that affect children from early on, from their growth and development, all the way into their adolescent years, their mental health issues, the infectious disease related issues that actually are obviously a big topic in schools as we learned through the pandemic. But I hope that it's not only healthcare issues, and that with my vantage point as a pediatrician and caring for children for so many years, and learning from my colleagues, learning from a physics teacher that won Teacher of the Year award, learning from somebody who's in the department in agriculture who understands this, that I can bring perhaps a different vantage point from a healthcare perspective, and then provide some insights on how we can do things better. Specifically from a healthcare perspective, I think obviously I can provide my insights of scientific inquiry into what are the healthcare issues that affect children, and how does the school participate in that process? Communicable diseases, vaccination, what are the health requirements that are needed for a school to be safe? And how do we engage the family in that process? So as a physician who cares deeply about children, I would hope that that's my contribution to the Board of Education while I learn from my colleagues.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure you'll do a good job with that. One last question as far as the mental health of students. It's staggering. I don't know why, if it's social media, if it's just the complexities of today's life, maybe not being active enough in physics or learning something creative or feeling self-worth or growing something, being involved. But I've never seen anything like it in my life. I have friends with younger children, and I feel terrible for them. And hopefully you as a physician with the State Board of Education, and then goes back to the families. I don't know why. I think it's part of to do with our social media. Not sure, but it's very complex today. And hopefully your expertise and the medical field will help that, alleviate that. I don't know if you want to respond or not.
Yeah,
That's all I have to say.
No, and I appreciate that, and I wish I had, I wish we had the answers and a simple solution. I do agree with you that it all begins with strong families. What I have seen is the kids who make it through, despite all the adversity, there's one single defining feature for them. They have a strong family member or community member that made a difference in their life. I'll give you an example, which is real. Dr. Elliot Melendez, he is a Puerto Rican American from New York City. He had a difficult early life with high school. He did not finish high school, but he had a teacher that made a difference. And that teacher said, Elliot, you have to finish. Elliot, you have to finish high school. Your education is absolutely critical. He went back, he got his GED in New York City. He was admitted to one of the local colleges in New York. And from there, he was recruited by Harvard Medical School. He went to Harvard Medical School, eventually did fellowship, residency in pediatrics through the Boston Children's Mass General system, did a critical care fellowship and an emergency room fellowship in pediatrics. And Dr. Elliot Melendez today is the head of our critical care unit at Connecticut Children's. So that tells you that no matter what the adversity is, the school system, graduation from the school system, and a single individual in that kid's life made a huge difference for Dr. Melendez, and now he's making a difference for all the kids here in Hartford. Again, a Puerto Rican American who came from a very poor family, who made it through, and I'm very proud to be able to share that with him. I'm allowed to share that with you because I asked him if I could, and he said yes.
I appreciate that. And that made me think of one thing, though. That goes back to my earlier statements to Mr. Clemens, Ms. Burr, and Ms. Reckert. There's so much emphasis on teaching. It brings so much more pressure on a kid. I really think we need to rethink this, because there's enough pressure in today's society, but constant tests and constant, just let the teachers teach and let them be supportive, which they want to. And I think we'd be all better off for that. But that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you. Congratulations. Glad to
Thank you.
see you're willing to step up and help us out. I want to kind of go into three areas. First of all, just so you know, my mother was a registered nurse and for many years a school nurse back in Danbury. And one of the things she saw before she retired was the creation and advancement of school-based clinics, which now are under pressure not only to take care of, the boo-boos and the cuts and bruises, but the whole mental health issue that Representative Yacarino touched on. What is the place of the school clinics? What, is there anything else we can do? I know you haven't been on the board very long to make sure that our students, our kids are getting the kind of health support, both physical and mental.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think for Connecticut, there are probably multiple answers to your question, depending on where you are. My real life experiences with the Hartford school system and their school-based health clinics, which have been outstanding. And I work with many providing care for kids who really benefit from outstanding work that can be done in those clinics. They can, specifically here, they can serve as an early diagnosis of kids that are undergoing not just behavioral health, but also physical health issues. But those nurses are amazing. And they really, I mean, it's a lifeline for those kids who, with their experience and their knowledge, can make a tremendous difference on a kid's life. For a behavioral health issue, for a physical health issue, for reproductive health issues that may come up, where the school-based system is the only place where the kids can go. So I'm fully supportive of strong school-based health systems. Understanding that not every school district is going to need exactly the same. Not every town is going to need exactly the same process because each town is a little different. But in our major cities and our inner cities, I think it's absolutely vital that we have a strong system with strong nurses and advanced practitioners that actually can practice within those locations.
I found, I know a lot of school nurses through mom, how much they care and know the students as individuals that need support, and a little bit of love doesn't hurt either. One of the challenges, I touched on it before, when we talked about STEM, the pressures from some people in the public to replace science with superstition. The school clinics are one example of how to counter that. Any other thoughts on that issue?
I could not agree with you more. I think, science, evidence-based, well-conducted research is critical in how we make decisions about public health issues, about the healthcare of kids. And the science is there. We work very closely with the American Academy of Pediatrics, with the Infectious Disease Society of America, in helping make decisions about, things that need to be done and could be done. And in my own career as a researcher, I absolutely value knowledge, deep knowledge, scientific inquiry, and evidence-based decisions. If we don't do it that way, we can actually hurt kids. And so I'm absolutely 100% behind your statements and your comments.
By the way, your resume is stunning. Let me just say that, because I see some of these science versus superstition issues. The whole anti-vaxxer movement seems to be based on replacing science with superstition. So I'm glad to see that I hope you'll be in the forefront of making sure that the data is available. And that kind of segues, certainly as a pediatrician, you know very well the need for nutrition for young folk, and the food insecurity we're facing. I'm an urban legislator. The food insecurity is an issue. Too many kids are couch surfing because they're homeless. The only time they have a secure and predictable part of their lives is being in school, and certainly is getting fed once or twice a day. would you expand on that, please?
I agree, and I agree with my colleagues and what was made, the comments that were made before. Representative, we have food deserts in our inner cities.
Oh, yeah.
The school is the only place where they actually get a good meal, but school is not in session 12 months a year. And in the city of Hartford, in the city of Hartford, or in I would say Bridgeport, probably in New Haven, it is not easy for a family to go to a grocery store to get healthy food at a reasonable price. So the result is there's certainly a fast food place that for $3 is going to give you something that is absolutely not nutritious. And yes, of course, you will have it because that's what takes away the hunger. But I think we need, as a society, we need to do something that's a little more specific of how do we eliminate those food deserts. Connecticut Children's is working with the with this Department of Education at the federal level and at the state level and with the city of Hartford, trying to replicate a model in the north end of Hartford that hopefully takes into account education, food insecurities, social determinants of health that includes the school, but it begins with the Department of Education. And to me, that's very telling of how we can actually model something similar across Connecticut with the Department of Education. And so I'm hoping that, in my, as a member of the board, I can bring some of those examples of how it can be done, it could be done, and it should be done in a way that actually will benefit kids.
Thank you. And I do connect the dots of food insecurity and truancy. I don't have a lot of data. This is just kind of my observation.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that's an area we can all work together on. Excuse me, I seem to be dealing with spring fever. We've been very fortunate in Connecticut, kind of switching gears here. We've had Commissioner Cardona, and we currently have obviously Commissioner Russell Tucker. When Commissioner Russell Tucker was before us a few years back, I was talking to her about some of the Danbury school system problems, and she committed to actually coming down and visiting and seeing them in person, and she did. Woman of her word, no question about it. What struck me as I'm walking around, it was Danbury High School with her, is how much the students said, this is a woman of color who's in charge of school systems in Connecticut, which fascinated me. The Danbury school system, there's 63 different languages spoken at home. It's very highly Latino, not just Hispanic, because I have very large both Brazilian and continental Portuguese people in Danbury. I just watched the kids' eyes open at the potential for someone like them to move up. I think you're one of those too, yes?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's important to to emphasize that and be involved with the community. During the COVID pandemic, I was very fortunate to work with with the Hartford school systems and getting out there and providing a message in español para toda la comunidad, and hearing it from a physician who speaks Spanish and actually can communicate and provide that message. It changes the whole dynamic of how we do it, where we do it, how we do it, and it gives hope. So I agree with you. And of course, Commissioner Russell Tucker is somebody who I admire tremendously. And
She's just wonderful. I just love the work she's doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And my new mayor was born in Portugal, grew up for 5 years in Brazil, came to the United States, speaks fluently, not only English, but Portuguese and Spanish. And it's made I've seen kids' eyes open up over that too. So thank you for being a role model, as well as bringing all your professional ideas, thoughts, and experience to the State Board of Education. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? We have Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Chairman Concepcion. Dr. Salazar, congratulations on your nomination. I am very proud to see a Latino last name being appointed. I think that having you as a doctor is phenomenal, as well as having somebody else also, I believe is Mrs. Record also being a teacher to be appointed to these positions. I think it's critical that we do nominate people that do know what needs to be done. So my question to you will be, why the State Board of Education, Dr. Salazar? And excuse me, I'm looking wet because I have been walking around. So, but with that said, why this board, Dr. Salazar? With your background, your skills, and your profession, I will have thought that you will have been better in a position that has to do with healthcare. But listening to what you are saying, I also understand that you are essential. You will be critical having you in this position as well. But I just want to know why this board?
Yeah. Thank you, Representative Figueroa, and I appreciate your comments. I'm deeply honored. Yeah, that's a good question, and but I believe that I can make a difference. I believe that by bringing my expertise in pediatrics and healthcare, that I could perhaps provide a different view that of how we can in some way influence decision making that actually is in the best interest of kids using science-based dynamics in development for children. Very critical. This is where pediatricians were best at, and we have the connectivity with the Children's Hospital that actually can serve. Healthcare issues related to vaccination, healthcare issues related to potential pandemics in the future, how the community is integrated in the care of children. As I mentioned in my opening statement, only 10% of healthcare, even less, probably occurs in a hospital in a pediatrician's office. The majority occurs in the school systems, in the communities. So I can provide that vantage, in my opinion. So I'm here to serve. I'm here to learn. I'm very excited about this. This is something different. Believe me, I have plenty of work to do. And this is another hat that I'll wear, but this one is going to be one that I will wear very proudly. I want to serve the state of Connecticut, and I really want to serve the kids of Connecticut in a way that is meaningful. So that's why I accepted the invitation by the governor to be nominated to this important board.
Thank you so much for your honest answers, and I share also your excitement. I think my opening remarks were to how excited I am to have, a Latino last name, because obviously you will be representing our communities, and with your experience and your skills, I think you are such a great asset. Along, as I said, with Mrs. Record, I was very pleased to see that a teacher. I think we need to definitely be listening to our teachers. Somehow I feel that sometimes either the principals or superintendents make decisions on behalf of our teachers, but I think just like as a healthcare worker employee, you also should see the need of the teachers being heard, I think, and along with the parents as well. I think I would love to have a one-to-one communication with you, because I have great concerns as to what is happening, in some schools. So I don't want to put it up to the public there. I think it's a one-to-one conversation that I would love to have with you. But I also, I don't want to end this conversation without saying thank you so much for your willingness, to work for the state, and I think you are going to be such a great asset to us. Thank you for your willingness. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to meeting with you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Dr. Salazar, we do have one question before you go. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
Nope.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us this morning.
Thank you, Representative.
All right. So last item on the public hearing agenda, we have, this one is a Senate joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You can just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks.
Thank you. Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yacarino and Kelly. I would very much like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee and answer any questions you might have about my nomination to serve as a permanent member of the Connecticut State Board of Labor Relations. By way of introduction, my association with the Labor Board began some 45 years ago in May of 1979, when I saw a notice on the UConn Law School Placement Office's board looking for law students to do a research project to create a comprehensive digest of all the board's cases going back to its inception. Along with two other law students, I embarked on a summer reading all the board's many decisions and attempted to come up with a standardized category to summarize them so that labor relations practitioners could use it as a resource to do research. We attempted to create a labor law Google at least a decade before Google even existed. For that matter, when we were working, there weren't even any personal computers. Through the benevolence of the board's then agent, Jack Kingston, I also got a chance to go out with him and the board's assistant agents to see how cases were investigated, mediated, and resolved. I also had the opportunity to sit in on case deliberations with the full board, including Yale Sterling Professor of Law Fleming James, who alone probably taught me as much about law and administrative procedure as any class that I had in school. After 2 summers, the other students decided to move on to other things, but I had gotten the bug, so to speak, and I stayed. I subsequently found the career that would become my life's work, first as general counsel's law clerk, and a year or so later, in 1980, as an assistant labor relations agent. In my 31 years as an assistant agent, I got a chance to see at the most basic level the unfolding of issues that would later make up our case law. In handling hundreds, probably thousands of prohibited labor practice cases and representational petitions over the years, I got a chance to see many things. The courage and desperation in the eyes of a young police officer who spearheaded a union representation drive in his small town and who got fired the day after the election. I also saw the frustration in the eyes of employers attempting to legitimately institute new procedures as their employees fought to maintain status quo. At the level of an assistant agent in a small conference room or a hall or some dusty municipal or state office, I saw the labor relations is personal and not just an intellectual exercise. Our job was first to know the law and then to try and give both parties an understanding of how the law would apply to the issues they were presenting so they could make a better decision on whether to go forward. Our task was also to do our best to try to work out an acceptable resolution of the issues in all cases. To do that, you have to understand both the governing law and the personalities involved and try to orchestrate the best deal you can for all parties. You learn to find out when party A knows that they are not on solid ground, maybe no ground at all with the law, but needs some face-saving language, and you learn when party B has a case that really needs adjudication, no matter how difficult that may be. And when we couldn't work out a resolution, we made the initial written recommendation to the agent that started a case on its way to the full labor board. When I retired from the labor board in 2011, I served on the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration as an alternate neutral arbitrator, where I got the chance to apply my skills, not as a mediator this time, but rather as a sole deciding party on a case. Being the sole person who decides if another person can continue his or her employment or gets disciplined was a sobering and in a way lonely experience, but one I found greatly enhanced my understanding of the full labor relations process. I have been in the Connecticut public sector labor relations community for a long time. I've learned a great deal about how it functions and what its needs are. If I am approved for the position as a permanent member of the Board of Labor Relations, I'll bring that knowledge and experience to the table to make the administration of the collective bargaining laws entrusted to us more effective and responsive to the community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hampton. Congratulations on your, is it a renomination or?
Nomination.
A
First time
nomination.
for the,
And for your willingness to serve. I think your experience and background is perfectly situated for this role. And then you had me at East Hartford High School. As a graduate of East Hartford High School as well. I saw that and I was like, this is a good guy right here. Yeah, go Hornets. Absolutely. So really do appreciate you stepping up. I don't have any questions for you. But again, I just wanted to really thank you for
Thank you,
coming,
sir.
for your willingness to serve on Labor Commission and Labor Relations. And I will open it up to nope, Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hampton, for stepping up and being so patient today.
Problem.
I don't have many questions, but I do, on the labor relations, you're new, obviously, but are there many issues? I sit on the Labor Committee in this building, and there was a bill, about warehouse workers. Are there many workers where people are just, they can't use the bathroom, or they can't are you gonna deal with things like of that nature? Like people, that's, to me, that's just wrong.
Sure.
But
We don't get a whole lot of cases on that sort of thing, particularly now. When I first started out, you got some of them concerning essentially personal monitoring. For example, we had a case in the late 70s about a thing called a tachograph that was put in police cruisers, and it monitored how fast they went. And again, this is a pre-digital age. This was a mechanical thing. And the police union brought a case to the labor board saying that this was a violation of their rights. The board ultimately ruled that it was not, because it did not monitor their speech and interactions in the police cars. It was just a monitor of the mechanical functioning of the vehicle, whether they were speeding or not speeding, when it was stopped, when lights were on, that sort of thing. Things which were in the purview of management's rights anyway.
thank you for that answer. So basically, you'll be overseeing either all types of labor relations or municipal, or?
We're essentially like an appellate court of labor relations. We monitor and adjudicate the laws, the 4 collective bargaining laws that are entrusted to us: teachers, municipal employees, state employees, and the old private sector Baby Wagner Act. We don't do contracts or anything like that.
Right, but if somebody was to die on duty, like if a firefighter was to die on duty, when there was miscommunication as far as their benefits, would that be something workers' comp or just labor relations? Probably workers' comp, I'm guessing.
Probably workers' comp. It could come our way by way of a complaint that there had been a unilateral change in safety conditions. For example, if the training for that bit of apparatus had involved 4-man crews, and the contract, said that, would be 4-man crews, and the employer reduced it to 3 or 2, conceivably you could have a complaint that there had been a change which affected safety, unilateral change in working conditions that affected safety. We have had cases like that. For example, also when the defibrillators first came out in, I guess, mid-90s, we had a number of police cases and a few fireman cases that said, look, we're not trained to run these things. We're not heart surgeons. It's an infringement upon our safety and conditions of employment. So it comes to us, but in a kind of a roundabout way, not directly.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
How many members on the board?
3 permanent members, and we have alternates.
You bring I'm sure, a wealth of knowledge and experience. I appreciate you stepping up and volunteering.
Thank you,
do
sir.
appreciate
I hope
it.
so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? And again, just looking online and see if anybody raises their hand. Seeing none. Before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for spending your morning and early afternoon with us. Appreciate you bearing with us.
It's been an education just listening to some of the other nominees.
Wonderful. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, well, seeing no other items on the public hearing agenda for today, we will adjourn the public hearing portion and go into, once everyone's ready, to the committee. Good. All right, so with that, I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024 to order. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 items on the agenda today, starting with the House Joint Resolution for Review, which is the nomination of Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Representative Vaccarino. Is there a second? I will second.
Second,
Oh, Representative Figueroa is seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ritigliano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will leave the votes open till 3:30 today. Okay. Well, great. Next item on the agenda, we have another House Joint Resolution for Review. This is the nomination of Bonnie Burr of Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion made by Representative Godfrey, second by Representative Yacarino. Is any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ritigliano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 3 on the agenda is another House Joint Resolution for Review. This is the nomination of Kristen Record, Bridgeport, to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Yacarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ritigliano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hey,
Next
Senator
item-
Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sanchez? Nope, I think he'll come back. So item number 4 on the agenda is another House Joint Resolution, which is the nomination of Dr. Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Duff. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Figueroa votes yes.
Senator Fonfera, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ratigliano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Last item on the agenda, we have a Senate Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Chairman Duff, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
Senator Fonfera, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ratigliano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. That does it for all the items on the agenda for today's meeting. We have our next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, April 4th, 2024.
Just the one on Thursday?
I believe it's just the one item on the agenda.
Anything after that yet?
I
that we know
believe
about?
that is going to be our last one.
Okay, thanks.
You're very welcome. So again, April 4th, 11 o'clock, here in this room and in Zoom. And with that, we will stand in recess till 3:30 today.
Thank you.
Tony.
Yes, sir.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
I'm not sure if it's on my end.
Can you hear me? Representative Sanchez, can you hear me? Senator Kelly, would you like to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Beginning with Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Next is Bonnie Burr from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, is there a way you could put your volume up? Just really having a hard time.
Oh. How's the?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready.
If you could please turn your camera on. Perfect.
Yes.
For Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education. How do you vote?
Yes.
Next is Bonnie Bird from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
And last is Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of State Board of Labor.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Senator Summers.
Hi, how are you? I'm here to vote.
So the first The first person was Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Summers votes yes.
Okay. Bonnie Burr from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Summers votes yes.
Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Summers votes yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Summers votes yes.
And the last is Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations.
Summers votes yes.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hi,
Tony,
Tony.
can you come through?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Tony, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So first on the agenda was Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Okay. Next was Bonnie Burr from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You cut out. Okay.
Oh, yes. Looney votes yes.
Okay. Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Looney votes yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Looney votes yes.
And last is Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations.
Looney votes yes.
Thank you.
Great. So they were all joint resolutions, right? So they'll all have to go to both chambers.
Yes.
Good. Good. All right. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Is there another meeting scheduled?
For Thursday.
Oh, there is one Thursday, okay, on the 4th, right? Okay. Very good.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye now.
Hello.
Hi, Senator Moore.
Hi. Let me ask you. Oh, hi. How are you? Tony's
Hi.
not there.
Yeah, she just stepped out for a minute, but I can take your vote.
Well, I thought the meeting was canceled. Did you see an email that said canceled?
No, I did not. But I don't know if here's Tony. Okay. What? I'm sorry, what was the question?
I thought the meeting was canceled. I got an email saying canceled.
No, the meeting was not canceled. Rhonda got that same email for some reason, but I did not get it. It looked like Senator Summers canceled it from her calendar.
Oh, and it canceled everybody else?
Well, it's sent to everybody's calendar, yeah. It's sent like she did the reply all option.
Oh, okay. So I only have one, right? Kenneth Hampton?
Actually they're joint resolutions, so it's all
Okay. I
so
have
you
them all in front of me. Eric is a yes.
okay,
Bonnie is a yes.
okay,
Kristen is a yes.
okay,
Juan is a yes. And Kenneth is a yes.
great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
Hi, thanks for hanging in there. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, no worries at all. We're open for another hour. So there's 5 to vote on today. The first is Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Okay. Next is Bonnie Burke from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Okay. Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
And last is Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Oh, I think you're muted.
How are you, Tony?
I'm well, how are you?
You think right. I was muted.
So there's 5 to vote on today. Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education is the first.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Next is Bonnie Burr from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Okay. Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
And last is Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations.
Yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you.
That was easy. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks. Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm sorry I had the wrong link.
Oh, that's all right.
Being able to find you guys.
So there were 5 to vote.
I was on earlier, but I don't know what happened. Anyway.
There were 5 to vote on today. The first is Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Bonnie Burr from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
And last is Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks, Tony. How are you?
I'm good. Starting from the top, we've got Eric Clemens of New Haven to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Bonnie Burr from Brookfield to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Kristen Record of Bridgeport to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Juan Salazar of Glastonbury to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
And last is Kenneth Hampton of Berlin to be appointed to the State Board of Labor Relations.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Are we meeting Thursday?
Yes, we are at 11 o'clock in room 1A.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.